Boom. Welcome back and welcome to the grand finale of the Ace Attorney Chronicles playthrough. You know, like we're gonna see, we just started accusing Lord Strongheart of being the big ass, like big bad guy, you know, the Great Reaper, and probably more shit to come, you know, because I don't know yet, but it's gonna be insane, most likely. And yeah, let's get to it, you know. I don't know what else to say. But yeah, I'm not sure if this is gonna be like quick or if it's gonna be a lot to take in still, and we're gonna have to do overtime. But oh, what? Gory's here. Okay. And oh yeah, and we called Mikotoba to the stand, of course. Okay. Let me get in my headspace for this. like how Ryunosuke does it as well. Okay. Actually, it works. Okay. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. Why is she staring at him? Does she know something that we don't? And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gory, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. Yeah. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. Okay. Does she want him dead or something?
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to the autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
Also, did she change outfits? It feels like she got a darker tone on her, like bow and suit and shit. Looks cool. And also, yeah, but she's just in prison, right? That's about the size of it. Yeah. Like, why didn't we summon her? Because they made it sound like she was dead, but she's really not, though. Like, she's still alive, she's just in prison. Or like being tried for some shit. Or maybe I don't know something, or maybe I just forgot. Because it's been a while, you know, but yeah. But her eyes boring to the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man, the idea of it's making me... Okay, this is a typo. It's making me shudder. The revelations of Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. Somewhat fair. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? True. The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I mean, he is the Ministry of Justice. He is the whatever Star Wars reference I was trying to make, but I forgot. And I didn't even watch those movies anyway. Okay. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. Prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clean Van Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama, a secondary assistant. She wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
Okay. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have had happened. Wait, oh, I mean, they're so used to Lord Van Zeek's being for, like, Baroque Van Zeek's that I forget that, like, it's also, like, it can also work for, Clint. But it was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord.
It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Okay, I feel like I forgot her voice. She was the like more like not solemn, like lugubre. I forgot the word in English. Like graveyard type beat.
Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh.
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
Okay. He knows he's in deep trouble. So you gotta like... Okay. So, what you got for us? The autopsy of Clint Van Zieks. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword, transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from that man's stomach.
Presumed to have... Wait, no. Presumed to have...
Wait, wow, I forgot his voice.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
Ah, I feel like, you know... Oh, shit. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication. Also, I feel like this will finally come to use. I, Genshin Asugi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possession of and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Asugi in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Interesting. Okay. Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony.
Ah! Whoa, he's doing the evil lap.
Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asugi, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zieks' death. And with this testimony, we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
Okay, can you object, Gory? Okay, if I may, my lord. There was almost certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel.
I beg your pardon.
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. True, it was all with a dog. And this time, whoa, holy shit. And this time around he died with a sword, you know what I'm saying? Okay.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
Okay. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zieks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it enters the realms of supposition and speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right! Renasuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Okay. Yeah, bitch. It's our turn to cook, right?
Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord. Okay. Autopsy of King Van Zeeks. Your own observation. I couldn't say there was any indication of autopsy. Okay. Then you just press. We're gonna press him. Squeeze him like a fucking lemon, okay? You couldn't say.
No, sadly not.
Oh, this is the type of thing where like we can like pursue the person like left or right. Okay. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you?
No, true, I couldn't. It was on Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedures, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
You better choose you very carefully, brother. Following this Japanese man's order to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes.
So you would, can you, friend, for staring at my cheek like that?
Professor Mikotoba, think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you?
Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
Death resulted from a wound made by a Westerstein sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
Okay. None of the previous 4 killing is attributed to the professor. The victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled.
Correct. And yet, Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed.
Do you mean to say... You think Lord Clint Van Zeeks may have in fact have been one of the professor's victims?
There is no basis on which to adapt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time.
But, okay.
Kenshin Asugi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy.
Okay.
Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell.
Okay.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all.
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory?
Does that matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written on the autopsy report.
I had confirmed that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma.
I see.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
Said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable.
Ooh, unbelievable. What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it? He's so involved, he's he's so emotional because this shit is he's everything. You cannot keep he's cool, but you know, it's fine, we get it.
Just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
What is it? What exactly was it though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Sharp, perhaps?
Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as it might slip off a finger, perhaps.
Sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. A ring of sorts. Hold on. Okay, never mind. It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand. The fourth of ring finger. I understood that it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. You remember that ring? You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day.
I feel like this is a key evidence though. Like that we should bring up right now.
After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where they had been pulled off.
Maybe a dog, and removed it, from his hand. Maybe Clint Van Zieks was the dog all along, Maybe Clint Van Zieks was a... Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm going too far, but They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
Oh, let's go, Gory. Okay. The goat. The goatery. Shut the fuck up. Ooh, oh, it looks fancy.
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And I was found inside the victim's stomach? Look at his face. Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Miktoba. Should we read something into that? Well, just that thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh, okay, there is plenty of evidence happening right now. Okay.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see.
Ooh, Dr. Gory. The removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
I don't give a fuck.
Okay. She just said. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
He's being less of a bitch than I thought. Okay, good on you. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting the jewel. Yeah, let me check that out though. Sorry, a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi found in Lord Clint Van Ziek's stomach during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem looks sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. Let's examine it. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them.
I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp.
Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Naruto, even for you.
Ugh, what makes such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about that side would go down much better. Why is it highlighted like it's a sticky mochi bun? Yes, this is the... with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Is there any engravings inside? What's this though? Like, it feels like you can like twist it and like remove something from it. Okay, but it was very sharp. I guess that's what we can get from it. Yeah, the claws clasping the gem. Yeah. So maybe there's gonna be a contradiction about that,
We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruto. Very carefully indeed.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
Let me press you on that. Because then he's gonna add something to his testimony and then we can present, It was a decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest.
Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes.
That's a lie! My father was no killer! Barak Van Zeeks, it was you! You twisted this truth to suit your purposes.
Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could.
That was a weird way to say could. Okay, well. Okay, I know what to. Don't worry, yeah, whatever. I know what to say. I know what to present. Allegedly. Maybe I'm totally wrong though. Because maybe he was extremely desperate though. Like, and you know, they were gonna say like, oh, but he was super ultra giga desperate. So maybe he swallowed it anyway.
Objection!
Oh, never mind then. I'll go fuck myself. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Dangerous piece of evidence. No sense of internal. Ah, there we go. Never mind. I should have read better.
Objection!
Very curious, indeed. Maybe he did put it inside a mochi before swallowing it. The court asserted that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated a detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance. It seems like he deserved his death then. Maybe he was, and that's why Jigoku did those assassination exchange things, because they were actually pieces of shit all along. Like Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi, and he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection! Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report.
It is explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination, and in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure he would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No!
And there you arrive at the sticking point. That's precisely what I had my doubts out of the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson at the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
Was it now, Mikotoba?
Well, if you swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see some damages to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than—
Oh, go fuck yourself. I'm glad he's dead. I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested item as evidence to identify the assailant. Go ahead, write it down.
Okay. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
I don't give a fuck. You're gonna go to jail at the end of this trial anyway.
Okay.
We put him to death to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
What do you mean? Dr. Gory is looking as though she's chosen now to walk a different path to her mama. Interesting. Yes, the ring. What about the ring?
I've just remembered something.
An earlier incident. What incident?
The one I recounted to you before, by the memory I have. Of Genshin Asugi saving my life.
What? My father saved your life?
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep. You're coming with us. No, okay, no, it's an assailant, okay.
All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars.
Bang.
The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled. Ah, my god. Genshin lay on the cobbled streets. Blood was sipping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Are you saying?
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the inherent target after all.
Wait, but...
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? Ooh, okay.
Objection.
He didn't say that. He didn't say objection. He said objection! You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Shh. Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Yeah, you're like filled with emotions. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Ooh, that's okay. It's a big words to say.
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results, so much that you are apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that will be born out of it.
What?
It's extremely hard to believe. Let us imagine that there were some sort of misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh, yeah.
The close court hearings 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks?
Yes, that is indeed correct. Maybe it was to protect him. Maybe it was to protect Van Zieks all along, you know?
On hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly and accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has escaped responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then...
Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asugi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asugi. You twisted loyalty and clouded judgment and hampering your ability for logical thought. Ah! Judge Asugi's silence at his hearing can only mean one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Ah! No, that's like weak. Bro, there's like a lot to unpack here still.
But if the autopsy was all above board, there will be nothing to stop Lord Stronghar bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma!
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel?
He decided to stop focusing on me. Whatever. My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole!
I beg your pardon.
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. There's another possible explanation. You overlook the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence. Yeah, he was protecting someone. Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. See, the autopsy results were an invention. There's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievance I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion this 10 years. Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial.
The man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence.
What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asugi's silence in court? Yeah, he was trying to protect Van Zeeks. I'm sure. No. What could we show? Like ancient proof. What could it be? There are details of all half the case, yeah, I could. Third-headed league. Okay, nothing to see here. Even the sword, like, I have no idea. I want to tug the ears of the rabbit right now, but I think they're gonna tell me when I should be doing that. Well, let me try this. Let me save though.
Take that!
Okay, that's not it. This is a defense answer to the question. Okay. It's blue in the face. So if we're right, the must have been a strong reason for his silence. Well then, perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange of some sort of clemency. Okay, focus back. Okay, I guess maybe... Well, show me clemency, but I don't know. Yeah, but this is what I presented, but yeah, he maybe like... Oh! Because they faked his death, obviously! They faked his death! Don't, I'm so fucking dumb, obviously, obviously! They faked his death! Aiding and abetting the escape for this resident convict just prior to the execution. Yeah, maybe it's gonna be this though. Because like he knew he wasn't gonna die.
Take that!
Shit. Oh, no. Oh, I was right. Ah, let's go. It's true that Genshin Sugi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But it didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Arsogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. We'll go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Arsogi can be explained in no other way. Yeah, actually, very true.
Order. First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy.
Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand.
Witnesses?
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Okay, so maybe we can... Governor Caden and the poor chief warder of the prison. Okay, I thought they were gonna summon Scythe.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years.
Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. He's here as well.
What?
Father? But your friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier. Asking Governor Cade and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Bro, he's so Hey, Sholmes is the goat. He's only... Bro, he summoned everybody. Like, everyone's in behind the door. You cannot escape this shit, man. Hey, Miles Strongheart, you're squeezed, you're fucked, you're cooked, buddy. Just a matter of time. Count your blessings, buddy. I'm just saying. Mr. Sholmes did that.
Are you telling me that?
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken. Waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Oh my god. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. Your promise that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Very well. Bring in the witness. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
Okay. Okay, Caden and Vigil. And he's still here. I mean, he's still the accused, obviously. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please?
Aye, Barry Caden.
I forgot his name. Shit. I forgot how do I do his voice again?
Barry Caden, governor of Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me gossip. A still jaunty little
your other persona, if you don't mind.
Oh, I do beg your pardon, of course.
Okay.
My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called Professor 10 years ago.
Losh, the professor, we've only been through all this for a decade ago. The conclusion was that there was nay anything to oh my god, he's so hard untoward happened.
So hard to read. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor.
Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward.
Well,
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asugi out of prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
capital punishment.
Guys, hold on there, laddie. All that it was, okay. Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. Prosecutor Asugi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly you were both involved in some way. So we'll testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asugi out of Barclay 10 years ago.
You need to take a small break because I'm getting like a bit like lightheaded and also a lot of information. I'm pretending to think, but I'm literally have nothing going on in my head. Like it's literally there's absolutely nothing. There's just like the Mario Paint music playing. That's basically it. Because okay, there's and is Caden really involved? Because he got this. I mean, I believe that Vigil was the one like that did everything along with along with Dr. Scythe. But maybe he's so afraid of talking about the professor because he's actually involved somehow. His little pin on his little brooch is literally a fucking jail cell. This is hilarious.
The direct day that Japanese dog was found guilty, the directive came from the prosecutor's office. Assigned the convict to the chief warder's vigil here, and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
Responsible for Asugi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
What does that mean?
I didn't know if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
Okay. Directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I didn't ken that.
What? You're saying you don't know? Yeah, thank you for clarifying.
Listen, Wasn't it a thing about Professor Case that wasn't unusual in some way? I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. I suspected there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. And we know the prosecutor office is who? It was Mr. Strongheart. Ha ha ha. But like, that's weird though. Why would he agree to do that? And then like, I mean, I guess maybe the murder wasn't from Strongheart at all, you know? Or maybe it was. I'm not sure actually. I genuinely don't know. And Clint is still dead though.
That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord.
Fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
The Japanese job was found guilty. The director came from the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
Okay. You still don't know who actually issued the directive.
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
It was from the prosecutor's office. That narrows down who could have issued it straight away. It wasn't me.
Can I even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office?
What?
There's no telling where it started. The first is it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, can I give you any indication of who was behind it?
Can you be serious?
All I can say for sure is that the other order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
Like so it was underground, as it were. Didn't bother with adult speculation. We just get a job done.
Last time, there's some conflict with the chief warder's vigil here and put the plan to action behind the scenes.
Hold it!
Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all.
That's right. My only role in the scheme was a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
The poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Right then, who else did know about the plan?
I've not the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders.
So you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person was at the Rhines was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Courtney Stevens or Dr. Scythe, as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? Have you read about it in the investigation when you knew nothing of it?
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night?
Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, he was a professor.
The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment.
But I was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Gosh, Vigil, can I apologize enough?
No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
Yeah, he took the hit like his whole life was ruined because of your ass.
Literally, Inspector Gregson was the grace on him because he actually helped him like have a living. you know, compared to like the treatment. Like he was actually a good guy, despite everything. Also, wait, hold on. Okay, never mind. Okay. What else can you tell us about the situation here in Arcade? Hey, if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. But you already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange them for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Well, be it as it may, I can nothing but that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I can that much I do.
I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So we're just following orders, is that it? And I'm afraid that won't absolve you of any guilt here. The man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. Is that what it has to be, is it? You will know the threat of conviction. You won't break your silence.
I'll carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Grand British Empire.
Hold it!
Maybe, just maybe, Van Zieks was the one who killed Genshin in the graveyard. Because, you know, after everything that's happened, you know, he knew that, you know, he learned that, and like, assimilated that, you know, Genshin Asugi was the one who murdered his, like, big brother. And then, he also somehow got wind of the whole ploy to plan his, plan his escape afterwards. But he was not alright with that. And then he pulled up at the graveyard and he killed him. He shot him with a gun. His gun that he was given as a prosecutor, that he never used afterwards. Maybe. I feel like that would be a plausible thing to do. Which would mean that Van Zieks is a killer, but you know. And that he killed the guy that saved his life. That would be fucking that would destroy him actually. It would be horrible, but you know, it's fairly possible. I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asugi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, what was that part of the plan too?
Instructions were to do with getting the Juke out of the jail and nothing more. Can I tell you anything about what happened after that? Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Ooh, shit.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, buddy? Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now. What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Killian was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. That I was betrayed by my superiors, in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asugi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. It's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, the intention was always to betray him. Why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Ah, yeah, exactly. Yes, that's quite true.
So whoever negotiated with Asugi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain. It would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It'll happen in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows, but oh my god, I suppose nobody knows what really went on in that execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there's a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, I threw in a Suga and a body at the top. Doesn't it quite add up? Does it? What? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have. By amending your formal testimony. Good, aye, go on then.
I'm angry, and I'm gonna get thrown to prison. Sag emoji, okay.
To me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely. Cannot say that myself. After all, did the prosecution have no conclusive evidence against Carly, This, you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility that this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard in the prosecutor's office. Possibility is all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. That's right. So what I'm saying is, convict had nothing we could use for any kind of bargaining at all.
No, he did though.
The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation would have taken place.
Oh, the ring. Could have negotiated the ring. I wouldn't, but no. That was afterward. But no, the ring was the only thing that wasn't sent back. I don't know. He must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. Yeah, I got an idea. Maybe he did have something to bargain with. I'm thinking maybe either the sword, because he was passed down to Kazuma. But is that something to bargain though? What could he have? Maybe it's dirt that he had. Because it doesn't really make sense if it's Karuma, right? And Mr. Asugi's ring is the only thing that didn't come back with him. I mean, with come back to Japan. Maybe it was like a monetary thing. I'm gonna trade this after, if I don't find anything. Because upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me and allowed to be delivered to myself, Kazuma Isugi, in the Empire of Japan. Do we have anything? It's either the ring, the sword, or the papers.
Objection!
That was it! Let's go! Okay. Confessing under oath the murders, he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Kijinasugi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Arasugi must have had a trump card, Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Heavens, the fella couldn't possibly have anything, I thought.
But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi papers. The name giving up to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Oh,
There's that Mr. Asogi was hiding in his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
you squealed, did ya, you wee rat? Did I not tell you to... Did I not tell you to keep that a secret?
You can't touch me now.
Ah!
Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell. Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Right then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
A weapon?
And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi papers had the potential to make great waves somehow.
James, what the blaze are you blethering about? The will was found, right and proper. In the fellow's cell where I said it would be.
But how can that be? Where in the cell? We all searched the... So fucking... so zesty, bro. We all searched the place from top to bottom.
Well, you didn't do a proper job, you peely-wally galoot?
You can't criticize me now.
Showed it to you for, did I know? Young lawyer.
Yes, you did. I have the documents here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi.
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. Yeah, because it's like after his death and shit, but if he knew he was not gonna come out alive, why would he write a will? You know what I'm saying? What inconsistency. Sasuke described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend? The last will and testament stored at Barclay prison all these years is actually a fake.
As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay prison was far from above board.
This vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken.
What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear.
Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers.
What a waste of time. If the will was fake, where's the real documents?
In your butt cheeks, bro. I don't know.
Objection!
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him even without even letting him defend himself. See that Barclay prison is hiding something.
See that the jailbreak was masterminded by someone in the prosecutor's office.
It's clear that some illicit, Your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious and risk.
What did you say?
Testify. You should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on.
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Then do court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord. Okay. I'm getting airheaded again. And also, Offie, I did actually go like to my doctor and ask him if I have like a anemia or like blood problems, and I actually don't. I probably like I'm just like breathing very bad when I'm like speaking and shit, and maybe I have like low cardio, some shit like that. I don't know, but yeah, like, yeah, it's not the blood problems, but yeah. Anyway, Soggy Papers.
As the visual warder responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
Anemia is shit, yeah.
Only found out about the Asuki papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was found in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it was called.
Yes, kimono, that's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true.
Are you no satisfied with calling me a liar there once, hey? Yeah, we waffy fingers.
There's nothing more you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. I've done the whole of you.
Even if he's weak, he's still like holding up, puffing his sensei's chest against him.
Then the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared?
Okay. It's a little large. What a double act.
We compiled with Asugi's will as far as was possible. All his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan, as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely.
Aye? And you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it?
Then we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh.
Maybe there's just some paper missing. Because there's only 2 papers here.
So the counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
As if... okay.
Okay. So, yeah, what was he doing? That's very important. It's very important. Did with you not to report him, did he? Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Like the bamboo jaw, yeah, then they tell. A blatant breach of trust that was.
It said the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
According to what you told us 2 days ago, convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right.
Ah, so when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was amended in Barclay prison.
Yes.
Yes, as the prosecutor's office under the supervision of the relevant authorities, I prison instructed Asugi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland.
That case, why was it found in his cell?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected they would have remained there for safekeeping, surely.
Ah!
Yeah. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell.
Well?
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
A prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. Yeah, prick?
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. Would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
And who was that? The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. The inexplicable mystery then.
Well, the thing is about that will.
There's a problem here about that specifically. Can we press this again? And I'll press it.
Hold it!
So will that mean that you converse with Mr. Asogi? Okay. I'm feeling like a drop in my... I don't know if it's blood sugar or whatever, but like, be right back. I'm just gonna... You know, just gonna like, be right back. Just gonna, you know. Not take a... whatever. Yeah, be right back. I have a problem, okay? I have a problem with like saying goodbye and like just letting go of shit. And every time... Yeah, I don't know. I'm just... Be right back. That's basically it. Okay, I repeated it like 3 times, but yeah. BRB. Alright. I'm back and I got some dates with me. I don't know if you know what a date is, because it's like... Ah! And apparently they come straight from Mecca. Like, yeah, the Mecca. And they taste fucking awesome. Very, very good. Yeah. Boom. Yeah. So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? I'm sorry for the wait.
Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due.
I feel much better, like instantly.
Was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder.
Yet he confessed in full to the crimes.
I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes.
What does that mean? Because ending one's life, does that mean killing?
He was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man.
Did you come from me? What are you going to go, Bogdan?
It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it, right?
Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled,
"I cannot have this pair disappeared completely in my face."
I don't to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee piece of his own medicine, Mr. Naruto.
The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find.
That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murder who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean...
The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made.
That you'd aided Genshin Asugi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal.
I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
As the governor of the prison, had no choice. Couldn't they have done anything else?
Could you though?
Only found out about the Asuki papers when I did. Okay.
Hold it!
The directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak. Oops. Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it?
Didn't they kind of fall? Didn't they know now?
All I can tell you is that my orders was to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fellow's cell. Document. Was it the wording? Document, not will. Wait. Aye, that's what I said. Am I clutching at straws here? Yeah, no, yeah, that's very important wording, because... Yeah, no, that's very important actually. Just wonder, if that was really Genshin Asugi's last will and testament that the sender of the directive was after. Yeah, look in the fucking like ... on his face, that's clearly like showing us that this is not it. Continue with your testimony then, witness.
Hold it!
Mr. Asugi's kimono. Aye, the one he'd brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right. Was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, kimono, his sword. His sword? What about the famous sword of the Asogi clan? It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but if I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence.
The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. Couldn't they have hurt anybody with that thing?
Still, was it out a sword? With no writing materials?
Aye.
You heard that duel afore he came to stay with us at Berkeley, you see.
Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
Surgery Inkstone, Black Sumi ink. And some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when you wrote it. I'm sorry to say that the letter just looked like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me.
Ooh. Why would he write it in Japanese though, if he's in England? You know what I'm saying? Maybe why didn't he write in like 2 languages? You know what I'm saying? Why is it exclusively in Japanese? And also,
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir. What? No, no, no. Dumbass! It means the ink was red! It was never... This ink is black! When he's saying the ink is red, scarlet means red, buddy. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly, or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony. With this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. Scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Okay, there we go.
Objection.
What? What? I presented the... What? Are you dumb? Are you brain dead? Are you clinically ill? What are you talking about? What, do we have to analyze it again? What's going on? We know it's written in black. Are you dumb? Let me press it again then. What? Scarlet, you say? Well, yes, I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color, at the very least. I'm quite sure it wasn't black. There we go! There we go! There we go! That's what we wanted to hear.
Witness. Is that really what you saw?
What? Sir! Okay. There we go, he knows this is very important. Something wrong, Low Strong Heart. I mean, we didn't need to, like, press, but anyway.
I apologize. Continue.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruto? For Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way?
What? Did I have her? You plainly see the writing here? And it's as black as the yellow hell waistcoat?
Well, yes, you're right. But that's a problem, Mr. Vigil. I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asugi was holding that night? Oh, well, no, I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. It was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asugi told me. The court needs waste no further time on this matter. You have the will question. No, let's not abbreviate. No. Hold on. Let me check my shit. What do we have that's written in red? I guess nothing. It is like a secret pen inside the sword. You know what I'm saying? Maybe, maybe not. No, okay, never mind. Red ink, red ink, red ink. What do we make out of red ink though? What does it give us? Yes, it was a red hairpiece. Oh no. Okay. Maybe those things in red ink were the things that, you know, about the negotiations. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. We save. Because, like, you know, they were doing the negotiations and shit. So...
Objection!
Nah, shit. We don't have anything though, do we? If we examine this and we talk about the gem, like will it tell us that it's scarlet? No. Because maybe he thinks that the... Okay, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Please, help me! Help! Okay, never mind. Okay, fine. I know. Let me load. This is written in red ink, and it's not even ink, it's crayon. I just have no idea though. Legitimately, I have no idea. Red ink. Then perhaps he wrote it with blood.
Objection!
Ah, never mind. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. I thought it was something different. Never mind. Like, I swear, maybe he just like legit straight up like stabbed his fucking like wrist and just like started writing in blood or some like edgy shit like this. Kind of badass to be honest, but you know. Maybe, maybe not.
Objection!
Okay, yeah, fuck it. I genuinely don't know what I'm supposed to present here. Isn't even to this statement I'm supposed to present. I mean, obviously it's this that I gotta present to, but what the hell am I supposed to... We carried out of Any ideas? No, this is not it. That's not it. That's not it. Maybe there's blood here, so... Oh, if we show the picture of the blood, that means we can write in blood, lol.
Objection.
Yeah, obviously. Okay. It's still blurry for it. I don't know. I just don't know. Is there gonna be something with this? Yeah, this is just the thing to like screw, like do the thing with the watch. It doesn't do anything. What am I supposed to show? I have nothing to show. Do not have any pen on them. I just don't know.
Objection.
What? What? The autopsy report? Huh? Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. What the fuck is... I believe that's exactly what you did see. What?
Heavers again, you've no evidence to say that.
Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It says that that scarlet colored... What? 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 Did I literally read this like 2 seconds ago. Did I literally just... Oh my god, I just... Never mind, I'm stupid. Never mind, I guess, yeah, I'm done. Yeah. Okay, fine. Okay. It was on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't go all around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he wouldn't have cleaned them immediately.
What is your point, counsel?
My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But the thing was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual, and no document penned that the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found.
So the document has disappeared. You're suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death.
Then it was.
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes, Mr. Vigil! Sir! Okay. When you spotted Mr. Asugi with a document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Right then, but what's on that paper?
Allah's will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
Oh, it wasn't his will! It was Clint's will! Ah! And then they made the fake Asugi papers, or maybe it wasn't fake, I don't know. That's what it is, okay. Clint's will. It was Clint's will. I see. I see. Okay, now it makes sense. A last will and testament. The conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says. Then what we know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. No! What? Okay.
Objection!
This is madness. No, this is okay. My brother's last will and testament. It would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. It is utterly out of the question.
Lord Van Zeeks.
Clarence was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done. Until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene!
Objection.
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. That Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there could be no question that the will contained confirmation of the utmost secrecy. Confirmation of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, wait, what did you... No, it couldn't be. I mean, the real Asogi papers? What are you like, about?
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom nobody can attest to, having seen serve absolutely no purposes.
No, my lord, that's unacceptable.
What did you say, Counsel?
The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is something that damns... that is like shit that like incriminates... how do you call it? That incriminates... male Strongheart, yeah, okay. It's an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. What? But it's just too hideous.
Isn't that a hollow? However difficult the situation might become, your work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
This is Sato.
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Okay, I will. You're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. Oh, the disc! The disc! The disc! The disc! The disc! Maybe, perhaps, most likely, probably. Maybe? Not sure.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man?
Ryunosuke, he's like reeling. Holy shit, I've never seen him like this, like... Ah! You know? Ryunosuke. As soon as these words come out my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks was in fact... Let me save. I literally have only 1 life. I'm not in the mood to gamble right now. Report. Confession, accusation, confession. What could it have been? Wouldn't be a confession. They didn't do Maybe he was the Reaper of the Bailey. Does that make sense though? Not sure. A report. That's boring. An accusation. That is like something that would get you killed actually. Huh. Let's go with the accusation. Obviously, it must have been an accusation. An accusation. Yes, revealing the true identity of the professor. Which would explain why Asogi took it, since it was he who was implicated by the doctor. No, in that case, the will wouldn't have given Mr. Asogi any bargaining power at all.
Then you're suggesting the accusation was against some other person.
Objection!
No, if that were the case, the two men would surely have collaborated to pursue the culprit together.
Then your whole argument falls down!
Oh shit, okay, fine. I was like, there was like something off. There was something off. It was like, okay, the music's still playing, yeah, okay. Then maybe it was actually the Reaper, what? Okay, this is it.
You can do this, Mr. Naruto.
Poor Van Zieks, I don't have... Poor guy. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. And his true identity.
Enough! Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession of the true identity of the professor. That would mean...
Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asugi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim.
Lord Clint Van Zieks himself!
Okay, yeah, everyone, they fucking shook.
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
Clint Van Zieks' family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years.
And Lord Clint Van Zieks was a paragon of justice in the capital.
It was actually a mass murder as a perpetrator. If the general public ever found out, well, in order this country would be finished.
My brother.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks.
But on what basis are we accusing him? I wonder though, did he never suspect?
It's a Naruto.
But Baron Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Yeah, he probably, if that is the truth, he probably had like an inkling, you know. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order in the court.
Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did.
Bulbang, who was a well-known hunting dog. People call him a giant.
I don't believe this.
When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. I remember the collar we found in hidden, and there was like traces of blood in Natsuki's no, not Natsuki, that's fucking Natsume's room that was hidden by like Snowden, not Snowden, like something then, some shit like that. Yeah, that was the okay. A jewel-studded collar. That's right. That was Sedley. Some years ago, he was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. Jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold.
Yeah, this one. The B. Is it? No, it's a K actually. Oh no, Balmung. It's the B for Balmung. Never mind.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B.
Oh my, you know it.
Is the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Yeah, the Hound of the Baskerville.
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow.
Ooh.
That pure gold emblem was a heirloom which Kling acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the color you've described as Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Ziek's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So is it true then? Clint Van Ziek really was a professor? Impossible! These Japanese are really making it up all exonerated on their... Okay. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and rurals was a noble himself, that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Look Strongheart?
10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. Though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth.
Alright.
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself to a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization.
Yeah, he took care of people like how is he called again? That other bastard that got killed by, like in the carriage. Fuck, I forgot his name. The guy was talking like this, you know? Anyway, yeah.
To fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself.
Yeah, he was doing vigilante acts.
Clint.
Okay. Ooh. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments means ever deeper shadows were cast on society.
Water supplied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime, growing daily to fuel the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat the darkness. But as time went on, he slowly ate it at its soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
Once again? What do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Gichin Asuki, turned up at my office one night. The professor.
Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Were they really atrocious though?
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know what's commonplace here. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student.
Okay.
So I turned down Asugi's plea, and as a result, took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeeks mansion on his own. We can only imagine what happened between the two men. But we know the outcome, of course. Lord Kenny Van Zeeks perished.
I don't believe this.
So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father dead?
He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life.
Ooh. As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Sugi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time.
Okay. It's for something like this that the justice system needs to change, so that people do not have to resort to such measures to bring justice, you know? That's the change that's needed. You know what I mean?
I was told the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So I resolved to keep it as a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you then, who pinned the crimes on my father!
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, while skipping the truth from him. Ironically.
Was naturally, okay.
Gregson? Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Are you off your rockers? We can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was Asuki who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I've no doubt that it was the Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot.
We're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective?
Blimey. Okay. Poor Gregson, bro.
So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help.
The detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. Because you know... Okay. Cool, Shogun. Okay, Within is discovered from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Asugi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accuser. Yeah, like... Cool, again, Shogun. In which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew. Skip over some grease. Okay, bro. I know what you're trying to do. I'm not getting baited by this, like... The easiest... The most obvious bait of all time, bro. Anyway. Okay. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Sogi.
Me?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asugi.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a close trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asugi: the gallows.
Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. Only what to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asugi?
Kazuma. He did it for me?
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order, at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. Mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mal Strongheart? With this fucking stupid grin, bro. He's like...
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Varug Van Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
Okay. What brazen?
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel.
An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
Those who had cooperated with me were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted, as a demigod the Reaper became.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protégé after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe.
So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey? I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything.
Wow.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the prevention of law and order across the entire empire.
And it worked, actually. If I do commend anything, if anything, it actually worked. But it got someone killed unnecessarily. Strongheart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes. But still, all those who died at Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway. If it was all in aid of keeping London safe. Yeah.
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Can he do this? Did the trial really end now? Yeah, okay, we're gonna get the surprise object. Yeah, hold it. I have one last question for the accused, Lord Van Zieks.
What?
Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me.
It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a scourge of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
That made you suspect?
Yes. But it was only once, not more.
Only once, really?
Then wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Nasugi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But...
There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Nasugi. The 3-page The Last Will and Testament penned in black ink and left by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained.
Why was it found in his room, though? Why was it found in his prison cell, though? That's the question.
Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
There we go. There we go.
Thank you, Kazuma.
Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made it this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord! I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues.
Beg your pardon.
As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. Really?
What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother. Yeah, the older, I don't know. Look, Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no very useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction?
But then definitely just said something contradictory. Stand. Oh shit! Didn't mean to do that. 106. Shit. It's probably not, and I have only one life left. Fuck! Go over it again. Find it. It wasn't a culprit. It was my conclusion at the time. Third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. Under what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Isn't that... No. That would be Lord Strongheart though, wasn't it? Wouldn't it? Good Van Zieks. Would you care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nipponese eyes? When you were recounting... I thought the racism act was done, bro. You still mad at us? Okay, man. When you were recounting the information about your brother and the third victim just now, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And even though that inconsistency arose from words out of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation. What are you playing at? I fail to see the defense's intention here. But clearly the court cannot ignore this new development. What evidence is inconsistent with the defendant's words? Okay, thank you, I can't save. I hope I'm not locking myself out, so I'm gonna save here. Imagine if, like, actually Strongheart, you know, that said the bad word. Contradiction. Well, shit. What is the... Yes, I wouldn't, but looking for a duel. What was the sentence again? Can I have a look at... Yeah, there we go. I'm so glad. I completely forgot about the history button for like so long until like Astro told me about it. Like, it's so useful actually, instead of like trying to use my brain. Duh, everything's written here. When we're counting information about your brother, something you said was strong because... Yeah, what is it though? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion. The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who would recognize my brother's potential and train him as a prosecutor, no matter what this is. As a friend and mentor. Friend and mentor. Friend and mentor. Friend and mentor. I am not sure what I'm supposed to present here. Again. I'm struggling to see. Couldn't have been killed. Okay, wait. Was the Lord Chief Justice back in the day? What does that give us? He killed a... I don't know. I just don't know. I'm gonna go with the report, just to see, because I'm thinking maybe there's like the appropriate information in there, you know what I'm saying? Maybe, maybe not. We'll see.
Take that!
Okay, I get it. I only have one life left too. Shit. Did I do the right the wrong choice, I guess. I'm destroying the Asogi papers. I don't know. I just don't know. And yeah, also welcome back, Astro. Yeah, just like, you know, it was Lord Chief Justice, but like, do I have anything that like contradicts with that though? That's the thing. Is this Lord Chief Justice? He wasn't the Lord Chief Justice at the time. Yeah. Strongheart. Yeah, I know it's Strongheart, you know, but like it's just like, well, what do I have that like? Because I showed the autopsy report, but it doesn't do shit. His words, yeah. Do you have any record of the? And those are direct directives from him, but oh, wait, maybe no, but he's dead though. Like if he's dead, he couldn't. Okay, let me just try it.
Take that!
Never mind. No. Because like it's the British counterpart, but it's Strongheart than the British counterpart, obviously. But it's annoying. It's just like okay, maybe this. Okay, fuck it.
Take that!
Okay, yeah, no. Okay, only have one life to hit. Okay, this is gonna save scum. Last will testament mentioned so good that Mr. Vigil. Yeah, his words. What do I have that contains Strongheart's words? Time of death. Not Van Zeek's. Oh, because I. Oh shit. Well, it's cooked then because it's what something that I picked Van Zeek's first by accident too. Like I just pressed like the continue button and it just like immediately fuck. Well, I'm fucked over anyway. Scheiße. Okay, well, I'm just gonna have to die then. Does this like prevent me from like going all the way back to my last save? Oh, okay. Whoa, oh, that was such. Oh, that should have just like instead of like focus on me, bro. Come on, focus. Camera. There's a man moving. There's like nothing else to focus. I know you're like focusing on my little like stickers here, but like that's not the. They're not the point here. Whatever. It's fine. So like you can see shit anyway. Okay, no Strongheart. I didn't even have time to think about it. Like it just selected instantly. Was Lord Strongheart? I'm sure of it. There was something he said was slightly off. Unreal, yeah. The Thin Van Zeeks nor Gish and Asuki still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi. And 3-page last will. 3-page! I knew there was a third page. I said there was a third page. Before. Yeah, this is so much easier. Yeah. Obviously I couldn't find something that's literally impossible to find, bro. Okay? Yeah. I have all my lives left too. We're up, bro. We're up. We're up. You're cooked, buddy.
Take that!
This here is a will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-page will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were... The 3-page last will and testament. Ah! You could legit just say, whoops. Yeah, my bad, bro. I just mistaken it for something else. My bad. And that's it. Like the court is adjourned. You know. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page?
For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see.
A trifle.
Governor Caden.
Hey, what can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament.
I was there for sure. I remember the black worm-like scrawls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time.
What? What?
One of the first 2 pages were actually the actual will, though. If I meant correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan.
For legal purposes, we required only his will.
And wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back into Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought not to be sent.
Objection!
Ooh. How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel.
As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now.
You fucking Chad! Wow! Alright, alright. Bless you, Caden, bro. My father's message.
Will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. The slightest thing may give us a vital clue. It says, Lord Strongheart killed me, my brother, and everyone, and Clint Van Zieks is innocent. Lemao, goodbye, good day. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asugi's last word to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence
Objection!
now.
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear.
He cannot read Japanese though.
Yes, sir, only I should point out, my lord, that I can actually read a worm language.
This little handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Oh, it's him. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father? Okay.
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba?
Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Okay. Okay. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only your clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. You know, oh my god! You know, earlier I said, oh, maybe in the sword there's like a secret like pen with like the red ink inside. Who could have, like, oh my god, like it has actually something hidden in it, but it's actually Clint Van Ziek's letter. It's like his last will, his last words, his confession. And there's gonna be something more to it. Probably. Ooh, mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. Okay, never mind, I fucked it. Better. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem. Twist thy head. Father.
What is Karuma?
The name of the Asugi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all. Passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit.
It's not known to me.
The katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Yeah.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this course is long overdue. As a presiding judge, I have been
Well, we're gonna wait for a cutscene to do this, or can we do it now? Yeah, we're gonna have to wait.
However, despite all that, no new information has come to light.
Come on, dude, this is obvious. He literally twist the knob of your sword. Twist the knob of your sword. He didn't say like, oh, you may once you reach in a clockwise circulation of the great clan. No, he just said twist the fucking sword and you'll find the shit you need. Okay. Like, this is fucking stupid.
In pursuit of justice, Lord Klinvenzik tragically lost all sense of morality. Where he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
Hey, don't roast my brother like that.
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever.
Ah! Oh, strong heart. You appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order.
And I stand by that. Without Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Protection.
What about Inspector Gregson then? Huh? Yeah. And Dr. Wilson? Huh? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. Huh? Bastard. You killed my fish and chips brother, Ben. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. I see you watching seeing the fucking speed face. This disrespectful like fuck, bro. The strong heart. Exactly as that you're hiding. I just cannot unsee it. Victor Mikotoa. Were you not to quietly withdraw?
Were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it's supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present.
Yes, we do. Come on.
In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
This is my last chance.
Listen there, Hudo.
I have to present some decisive evidence now. I mean, I don't even need to say. I can present evidence, and I present the sword, but it'll be like, no, but there's nothing with the sword, Lamau. And then it'll tell me to wait and see. Then, oh my god, I get this flashback of the realizing that twisting the sword is actually about twisting the sword. Whoa! And then I can actually twist the sword and show them the fucking like thing. Let me try this anyway. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
What? Don't be absurd!
Whoa, this is the first time we started him.
There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense.
Thank you for the glaze, bro. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say. The final. This is a piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How? How can you?
Decisive.
Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Can I examine it? Real quick. I cannot, so I guess we'll have to present it.
Take that!
What did I say, counsel? If you're capable, were my words.
What? But it's the sword! What? What? But it's the sword! It's inside the sword! What? I know. Yeah, I know. It's in his sword. Let me get it. Okay.
Could it still be hidden somewhere?
Yeah. Okay. I guess I need to click harder. Like you click here. Yeah. I have. Okay. Maybe it's the hilt. Okay. Fine. Okay. Sure. Fine. I concede. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. There's a proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck. That's the trouble. Mr. Naruto, if I make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. And I also think it should be Kazuma doing this, by the way, because it's his sword and shit. And it was addressed to him. I studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. As I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira. So Mr. Asugi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... Okay. Ah! Look what's inside it! Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? In red. And it's in red. Woo! There we go. Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruto, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zieks. And the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karuma, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Wait, oh my goodness. Even has a watermark. Okay, look at this. This is unbelievable. What does it say? Can we not... Oh, okay, well, okay.
Take that!
I guess we'll read it in front of everyone. There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks.
A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, the document was lost long ago.
That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago.
Hello! Impossible! This can be!
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! His face is really pissed. Holy shit! Okay.
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
It was rolled up inside this.
Inside Karuma!
A bit like the plague. Yeah, absolutely. The ultimate weapon Genshin Asugi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge. Wait, shit. What did he say? And reveal itself. Wait. Yeah, and reveal the truth. Okay.
The signature and seal certainly looks official.
Look at him.
My god. It's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of the document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
The document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me. At once!
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
No.
Bow!
Do that!
My lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon.
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial, a close trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. I hope she's watching.
To defy the monarch's will is treason.
Lord Clint Van Zix really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now!
We have a right to hear what's in this will. A right
Wait. A right?
and a duty.
Well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped. You fools. Okay. Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it! The prosecution gives its full support! Okay. Very well then.
No, for God's sake! No!
I would scream louder if I didn't have neighbors and family. Okay, this is fucking hype. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asugi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. Wait. Okay. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. Ooh. I, Clint Van Zix, Lord of the Manor of this Van Zix estate, hereby confess for the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity, a demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. The demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Ah. Okay, I need to like... Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. Ooh! Ah, so he started as like an actual... Ah, it started as an actual... Oh my god, okay. So he began killing as a vigilante for good reasons until he was caught and he had to kill people that he didn't want to. Makes sense. As I watched for my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asugi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, Mild Strong Heart! Oh my god! Shit! Alright, whatever. May you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. And I froze the game at the worst possible time. Great. Again, I this is my fault for being too hyped for this shit. But dude, this is insane. It's gonna be fine, I'm sure. Like the game has froze, but it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Right. You're gonna come back, right. Like right. Like you're gonna work again, right? Right. Oh my god. Why at this most? It's second time it's happening. Every time. It's fine. But bro, we got the reveal. But bro, Mild Strong Heart. And that fucking sentence, the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. That's so fucking cool. Okay. Well, I guess I have to Alt F4. Fuck's sake. It doesn't even want to close either. Wait, let me to kill it with my actual like task manager. Boom. Sorry for the very anticlimactic thing. Again, it's the second time that like a big reveal happened and then boom. Is this fuck? I need to get a longer cable or something because I keep just snapping it out. It's like, anyway. Okay. My bad. My bad. Yeah. I'm just gonna skip ahead everything. Oh, auto. Auto save. Okay. Well, we're okay. Okay. I thought, God bless autosave, bro.
Objection.
Because if it wasn't here, we would have been going like way back.
Objection!
Boom! I love when he does that. Okay, we just gotta start reading. Start reading. Okay. We're back. Nothing happened. Okay. Okay. But that means, okay, so he killed people he wanted to kill. But that was supposing with to my real wife and brother. Okay, then he wasn't so as like how do I say this? As honorable, even in the killing he did. Like maybe he could have used Clint, you know, as his like gun for hire, you know. But you know, and like kill people that was actually evil. But turns out he wasn't like, he was just pursuing his own gains at the end of the day. Even if like at surface he was doing like some acts like that, you know, like positive and shit. In the end, he was still like, underneath it all, he was still a piece of shit. To thy beetle, my friend Asuki, who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, my strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So we know, yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was erecting him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Miles Strongheart. It was you! Stop doing that face, dude! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country, but you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do is protect yourself. Was concealed the secret of your true nature. The countless lives you've sacrificed up until now. It just didn't make sense to me. Yeah. The third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you've set your sights on. So you use your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice if you ask me. Which is why I took his place in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done to furtherance of law and order in London. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Genshin Asogi.
Well, that wasn't fortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan, as we'd agreed.
I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him.
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
Was it Van Zeek's? Was it Van Zeek's? Then who?
The night following his mock execution, I went to Logan Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku.
Okay, wait, he was like wait, he was Jigoku? It was like an old theory I had. What? Because I had made that theory that Jigoku is the one who shot him. I think that like long ago, not yesterday, like long ago.
Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. And when I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave when he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan.
Ah! Okay. It was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Enoch Dreba. Of course, he knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But at the grave on that particular night...
Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundation of the empire.
Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go.
What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him that he could return to Japan.
Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever.
No, or you just kill Dreba. Why don't you just kill Dreba? I don't get it.
Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot!
Ah, man.
Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his leg would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logan Cemetery that night. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard.
By the time, Jigoku was a Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
With my plushies, okay. These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever it means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
It couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scene, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our system, our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without the Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, was enduring the disgrace of the Reaper's name. Yeah. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asugi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you! Whoa, 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 his face!
You little, when will you get it through your thick skulls?
It was all for the Queen and country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth, and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. If Clint was the professor, then Strongheart was the dean. Oh, okay, that was fucking sick. Good one. He's frozen solid. Oh, he's doing the Damangan thing. He's doing the Damangan thing.
Well, dear my good fellows, hear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance.
What are you talking about?
And those delightfully grave expressions that beautifully pronounce Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite a picture of industriousness.
You fraud. Keep your mockery.
Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said.
What are you trying to say?
I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess, it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing, no?
What?
It's true, personally. I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools, who've acted very rashly indeed.
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses.
And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me.
He just doesn't want to. Okay, there we go. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? Who gives a fuck? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself, that evidence was fabricated at the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak, that the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector, and finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down, would be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then: a public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws.
if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order. I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves.
I'm not sure about that though.
We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters have been discussed. Will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings, in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you?
He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? We can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. Any by fair means or foul. Really? I would have thought they were like, send him to the gallows!
Kill that man! Kill him!
I thought I was gonna hear that. Well, I guess they were fucking stupid. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary. Sure. Probably gonna get it if it's hidden. You just told me there's an achievement and I'm gonna get it.
For your rousing response, my friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased.
Oh, okay. So you can appreciate her. Okay. Thank you. I thought it was gonna be something related to this moment specifically.
Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased.
You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation in his favor. The Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. We've conclusively proven his guilt, yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what he can do.
Kill this man!
Ryunosuke, it looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Kill him. There's no options to kill him. That's a bit stupid. Kill him. Like... Let me just raise an objection. Yes, when all games are over, isn't it the obvious choice? Let my voice reverberate around the courtroom and make people listen to reason.
Objection!
That was the easy part. But what do I say next?
As a man who has fought many battles in this very courtroom, let me offer some advice. Objections need substance behind them, otherwise they are merely objectionable.
Never mind. The defense has no objection to being penalized in this instance. Okay. Okay, I just want to see. There's evidence! Yeah, I know.
Listen, Naruhodo. What evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come out of it, but... If there was ever a time for using this particular item, we have among the... Oh!
Take that!
Oh my! Yes! I was so scared it was actually not gonna work.
Oh my, yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've disposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now.
I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. Big brain. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Pull it like a fucking chainsaw.
Let's take the hair by the ears, then, and heave.
Alright, here goes.
Heave!
My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here.
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
What? 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 Holograms? What?
It's Mr. Sholmes.
What? What's going on? What the hell? I wasn't Sholmes. I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. How the fuck? Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons. This is a close court. You've been warned once already, man.
How? How did he invent holograms before the telephone? How's this fucking... Can't touch this. You can all of him, my lord. We just go right through him. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see... The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadows. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. We're in the mocap studio here. Yeah. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is? Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes, I hear some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electric signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep the company amused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes, what a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest.
Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes?
I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival.
Poor father. I'd have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once! Get out! I swear to you!
Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The real question is, I was awaiting. I'm at present, enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden. Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace.
What? You can't be! Buckingham Palace?
What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it.
You ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there? Well now, Iris is currently... Wait. Iris? Currently enjoying some tea, okay. With Her Majesty. What? Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire.
What? What?
What on earth is this all about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order, Nicola, them in immediate silence. Her Majesty, the Queen? You can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all.
Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A close court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything. Oh! He's done it. I was like thinking about like, wait, if he like, okay, well he transmitted everything. He's cooked. Strongheart is done. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the hologram's remote cinematograph.
You meddling.
Snitch to the boss, yeah.
This is some kind of nightmare.
Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean? Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there will be no objection, after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
You...
I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No, I was merely...
Oh, Iris is here to...
Oh, sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I...
Vicky. You call her Vicky. Victoria, okay.
And I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
They didn't model Queen Victoria in the game. Boo. I need to punch myself like so hard. I just did it again. I fucking did it again. Great. Amazing. I'm so... Anyway, well, we'll just reset real quick. Oh my God, I'm so fucking sorry. Like this case, okay, I need to solve it. Like, let me put this so that it's written in ink. Okay. Find in my list. Okay, because I have a list of things to improve on my stream. You know that I check like everything. You know, like progressively. This is going on my list definitely because this is happening way too much. Find solution for short cable problem. There we go. And there we go. Okay. It's something we have to fucking because it's basically it's my earphones. Like basically just my earphones for some reason when they disconnect accidentally when my arm like when I move my arm some shit. Well, what it does is that it just fucking freezes the game. This game only in particular. I don't know why, but it does. And it's low-key annoying. And then, I don't know. It just happens. And it's like, I don't know. Yeah. But whatever, you know. We can just come back. Hopefully, inshallah, you know, there's like... there was the autosave that's gonna save us again. But yeah. My bad. Another again. My bad. Again, is every time on the climax because I get too excited, so I move a lot. So it's just like, oh, all the way back here. Shit. Okay, let me just. Okay. Let's do this quick.
Take that!
Come on, we know this. Yes. Hold the ears. Okay. And Sholmes is gonna... Boop. Okay. The way... This fucking bobs in. And I love how, by the way, I love his, like, how his hair is, like, flaming, like, upwards now. Because when he's mad, and I really love, he looks so fucking cool. Honestly, even if he's like... Eh, Macarena, okay. Like when the okay no but like you know when okay, is it gonna work now? Okay, yeah, like when he's like ultra mad, like I actually love his, I call it sprite but it's not a sprite, I'm just used to like, you know, yeah, like this when he has like his eyes like red constricted, like I think it looks fucking cool as shit. I don't know, like it's epic, very cool character design. Not here. There was a moment he was genuinely like pissed. Okay, we saw this. Okay. Like, look at this face. I don't know. Like, oh, I don't know. I love the expression, the expressiveness of the model and of the character. Like they did a great job, the artists. I don't mean Her Majesty. Yeah. No objection after all. Every person in this country. Yeah. As you know. Yeah, this one. Look at this. Like, it's gonna explode. I wonder if it can get even worse. Because I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion. Okay. Let's skip to like the... A message. Okay, wait, let me check the history. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. Yeah, and I literally fucking snapped at the moment we were gonna get the message. I'm so fucking... Okay. Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahem. Okay. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authorities previously afforded to Mael Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore.
You're fired, yeah.
Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. You just have to tell the teacher, Mel Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law, and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal.
Adjourn! 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 Court is adjourned!
Whoa. Whoa. Okay, and he's got his thing like guilty, 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 guilty. It's gonna fucking break too. Like it's had never been like like not even a shadow of a doubt. Absolutely, completely guilty. I thought this shit was gonna stab him, like, from the back. Maybe that was the original plan, but they like, called off on it because it's too gory for a kid's game. That was fucking awesome! Whoa! The fucking transformation! That was, like, one of the best breakdowns, like, in the whole Ace Attorney, like, industry, like, I mean, franchise. Holy shit, that was fucking awesome. Okay, I need to recover from that. That was fucking insane, though. Whoa, that's like on the. This, I mean, I was gonna be like, I don't know, because there's like how you call it? I thought he was gonna burn, yeah, and he did kind of burn. Look at him, like, and he looks like, I don't know. Zeke left a will in which he confessed to everything.
When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. Sochi's cell, but it wasn't there.
Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean?
The need to obtain that well was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere in his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
The only judge here on this courtroom today is the goddess of law. No one is sitting on the throne, but the spirit of justice. Okay. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry? How can it be?
There is more to this last will and testament.
What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Baruch. Oh, there was also this written. Baruch, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
Sogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper.
What is that second sin? Like the second wish, though?
I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks.
Clint.
Well, Strongheart, you colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans, and you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But what did you set about that now, a whole decade later?
To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough, short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General. I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that they prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed?
Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something?
Such as?
You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial.
Ah.
Right? However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. No, hey, Santa Claus is back! May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final education to an old friend.
My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord. First time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now. I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to no change, this might just be the man to do it. Hey, okay. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese, after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Let's go! We got apologies, bro! Finally!
Oh, Lord Van Zieks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend Kazuma Asoki would admit here to Britain in the first place. To my loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mr. Sato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zieks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
I'm well aware
That without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be here where I am today. The truth is, a guiding light that always leads to happiness. True. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there, it grows, until eventually, makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why, it's my belief, we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautiful composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system has been silenced. Thank you very much. So till our paths cross again somewhere. Okay.
Well then, it would appear that this long trail has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barrick Van Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barrick Van Zieks, guilty!
Woo! Finally!
Yes!
uh.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
And I have a small little feeling that you know, the second wish that remains like private that Clint Van Zieks made to Genshin is gonna be the like final conclusive like line of the like story and shit. Like, no, do you remember? There's also still one thing that I want to know, and then we'll get to know, and then it's gonna be awesome, and then it's gonna be the credits. Watch. They wouldn't drop a secret like that and just leave it there, would they? That's uncharacteristic.
4th November, 4:21 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber.
It really is all over. But I sacrificed too much. Mr. Naruhodo.
I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mr. Sato.
Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me.
Hey man, he's not lying though. It was really a splendid show, that Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh, well, in that case, just ask him. I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zieks' smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Nope, never. He's not gonna smile, bro. So cheerful, look at him. Mr. Sato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Are we gonna get actually a smile though? Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now, since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today. Well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear.
What was it he said? Fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh. Well, thank you. What a magnanimous words. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Kazuma. Yeah, again. Mrs. Sato. There's another face like thunder here.
Oh my! And he really was here.
Lord Van Zeeks. They're gonna apologize. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal.
Congratulate me or curse me.
You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. There we go.
No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps. I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse.
And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold the respect.
Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Okay.
Kazuma-sama.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will... I told you, didn't I? Okay, maybe it's not gonna be the final thing, but... The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Sugi is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my fellow two wishes. There we go. The first is that his document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. My eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? A little kiss on the lips, maybe.
That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
I think perhaps... Oh. I'll be able to shed some light on that. What? Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government.
We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugen, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance.
One of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done.
I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry. She's not in a good way. And she's with child. The birth is imminent. Oh, with child. I thought he was just like speaking terrible English, okay. Is that Iris? Wait. Is Iris the daughter of Clint Van Zeeks? Wait. Maybe there's something.
The birth is imminent.
As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her, please. You're her only hope.
Any chance, is the child yours, Genshin?
Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew. As his dying wish.
My goodness.
Swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on.
What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be...
You never know though, do you? What life brings. Yeah.
Right then, tell me the address.
I'll head there at once. With Seishiren. No, not with him.
Pardon?
This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Jujin.
Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the ground.
Oh shit, and she does look like...
The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further. It was a tortuous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child.
And that's why Sholmes has her. That's why Sholmes takes care of her. Because she was an orphan, she died at the birth. Like, she died, she died, like, while giving birth. And this is Iris in the womb.
In the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for her, longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye.
Wait!
It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. That's when I saw the emblem on the side of it, that everything dropped into place.
Ah.
B for Baskerville.
But Baskerville? You mean the one was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks?
That's right. The newborn was his daughter.
Daughter?
But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer.
Ugh.
So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible.
I don't believe it.
I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful! And then I gave her to Sholmes.
I was completely at a loss.
In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I predicted it! I mean, although it was easy to connect the dots, if I'm being honest, but I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume.
Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Based! Because he's a goat like that, bro. He's the goat like that. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold.
Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name.
Oh?
When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. It was her name that I gave the little girl.
Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba.
In other words,
the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba.
Ayame, but in English. Ayame is Iris.
Oh!
Oh! That's right, Ayame.
Or in English, Iris! There we go. That's a great twist though. Iris. no idea. But her daddy is actually... Yeah, her daddy is dead. Mr. Naruto, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard! Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? It's being delivered by Eugene and named Ayame are the next closest thing to actually being Susato's sister. Yeah, also. I mean, yeah, they literally can be, yeah, they were like, oh my god, I wish you can be sisters. Yeah, I mean, and then, yeah, absolutely. And yeah, so Van Zeeks is her uncle. Is Uncle Zeeks. Uncle Reaper. And then you have Hurley, Father Hurley. And then you got the Sister Mikotoba. And Uncle Mikotoba. And then you have Uncle, again, another uncle. Ryonosuke. Or Runo. Yeah, Uncle Runo. Okay, everyone's family. Yes, okay, yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before. But you were simply marvelous.
Uncles Barry and Mickey, yeah.
Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice would require such measures.
Runo, Susie.
Did you listen to everything? Iris, did you listen to everything that was just said right here? And like, you know.
Oh, Iris.
Yeah, ding ding ding.
Oh, I'm so pleased, what a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't.
Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl again.
No, really? Oh, poo.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now.
Alright, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Okay. Ouch! One final pitch goodbye, was it? Yeah. He's smiling now. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. But Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me?
Certainly.
No, that was not his word.
Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to once again express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life.
Welcome. Wait, Lord Van Zeeks!
Yes.
What are you intending to do now?
Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
What? Oh no!
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, this Van Zeek's family will be ostracized completely from London society.
What? Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see.
Don't be a fool.
Yeah. What the fuck are you talking about? Are those the actions of a man who once feared as the mighty reaper? Of a man who once feared as the mighty reaper of the Bailey?
Beg your pardon?
Yeah, bro. You gotta follow, like literally in the will, like your brother literally just told you, like dude, follow. Yeah, like I hope you follow in my footsteps, but like not in a bad way. Like become the best prosecutor out there, you know. For the past 10 years, you've entered that pseudonym for being cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Yeah, that's not news to you, bro. Now that you've finally been freed from the disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely.
Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips.
I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Kazumasogi. Seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo.
What are you talking about?
But I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. And we must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must. I'm expecting a very cute illustration with everyone like having a nice snack. And then having Van Zeek's like sipping like on the side like some tea or some shit. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Uh-huh. Are you going to Japan or staying in England? That is a question. I'm home! Okay. Ah! I'm glad to see her again. It's been a while. I miss Gina. Although I hate doing her voice. It's so hard.
What time you got here? We've been waiting ages, although...
Oh, never mind. I still got it. What are you doing with that? Colorful piece of history.
It's a party, ain't it? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's that girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right. I remember that.
Gina McGurley, yeah. I don't have to read the thing every time I speak.
You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing.
Oh, I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Miktoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure, a sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. Okay, he's just retelling. I would believe it, yes. I say, Miktoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes. What? You were? Then why didn't you say so before? Not quite the same I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Miktoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mrs. Sato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Sato looking so happy in a very long time.
Ah, Bruno! There you are! Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat.
Yeah,
it's time to fill me boots.
Okay, I'm happy. Everyone is happy. Yay!
Goodness, is it really true, Gina? Yeah, I'm losing me copper's clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny?
She's gonna become a lawyer.
Well, the boys ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, a Reaper ain't never accept a diver turn deck easy. Well, people can change, you know.
Yeah, don't worry about it, bro. Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered that to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's his inspector's pocket watch and the crown has been reattached. Ah, I miss this team, bro. I miss this man. I loved Gregson. He was a good guy, man. He was a good man. He got coerced into doing some shit, but in the end, he was still like a good man, you know? Anyway, the watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive, by taking on the great responsibility of winning that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit.
Yeah, bro, keep being the detective, come on.
It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right.
There we go. Easy manipulation.
I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny. Yes, he was.
Look at her smiling.
Oh yeah, I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh,
Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And that's why. I'll find your dad and bring him...
And kicking and screaming? Well, bad news. It's time. I'm not really sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think Gina. Might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Jeannie.
Aye? Oh, okay, she knows.
Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself.
I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this, yeah.
But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Runo, Professor Mickey.
Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley?
Aww. Still want to tell her the truth though. With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
Aww. Aww. Aww, that's adorable. My heart. I think Mikotoba. Yes, Sholmes? I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh. For 6 years, you and I solved many mysteries together. And during that time I remember countless expressions of gratitude for good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital. Wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold. And that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Okay. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking revelations, during an evening of this suit's room, there is always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too. With my greatest family. Oh, we're gonna color in. We're gonna color in the little Daruma doll. 4th November, 9:37 p.m. Naruto's legal consultancy. About time you colored this shit in. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Do you?
Naruhodo.
No, Naruhodo.
Oh, Professor.
Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. Wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. That's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Zeeks' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why. When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. To stumble across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. Yeah. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. This is Iris Baskerville, or Iris Sholmes. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made a connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. With the Baskerville family emblem around his neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. all in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood. That's why Shisato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris the Hound of Baskerville stories. The Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story. I mean... Shom sent it to me. That was before Shisato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it, and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Shisato came across it. Of course. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. She did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some points in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. Okay, fine, I agree. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I'll be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma, but he's here in Britain now as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of the year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside of me. Till today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused, I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized, no one else chose this path for me, I chose it for myself. Path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now, such a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Hey, there she is. With her fucking Doc Martens shoes. Okay. Susato-san.
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
And we have something to do. We need to finish the Daruma doll. Come on, we know it's coming. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but...
Oh, how much did you hear?
Well... from the part about Iris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning.
So you've made up your mind? You return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer?
Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening actually, but you've already gone out.
Oh, no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you'd decide, Naruhodo-san.
You did? Yeah, I mean, she reads your mind every single second of your life, obviously. Are you really surprised that she would know? Sato-san.
Yes?
Suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. He has Van Zeeks with him, what are you talking about?
I'll do my very best.
Oh, fine. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can ask her to come with me. And she knows. Like, she's laughing. She's laughing. She's trying not to laugh now because she knows you want to ask that. She was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid at court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute of our locum student should be ashamed of themselves. Sato-san. Thank you.
Okay. They're not quite focused yet, anyway. 7th November, 5:42 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside. Can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Bruno?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. Don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course, I promise. Well, it was a brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. Or well, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
Let us go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright, Iris, you do that. And she's coming with you. Oh, okay, voice setting. I'll shut the fuck up now.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Hey. Okay.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Yeah, are you dumb?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
He's a prosecutor now. Are you dumb? Are you thick?
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
Dumb, obviously. Anyway.
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
oh, I see.
Yeah.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Yeah, and again, yeah, he's gonna be in the tutelage of Van Zeeks, and then Tsusato is gonna come with us. I hope.
Name it.
I hope. It's I say it like as if it's like a brilliant deduction, but it's just really what I wish for, you know? Whoa.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Whoa.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day.
I wasn't expecting that.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him.
Damn.
I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care.
Glad
If you'll take it.
Glad you accept.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What?
Aww.
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
That's what I like about you. He said it with a specific... Okay, bro, chill.
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with
Yeah,
Professor
yeah.
Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
This is adorable.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
What do you mean incompetent? You're the spine of the no case would have been resolved without you being here, dude. Stop stop
no,
lying.
No, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry.
Yeah, it's already there.
As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
Yeah.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Exactly.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
Oh, Iris.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
This is cool.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, we'd welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
Yes. This is
And
heartwarming.
that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Aww.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
Okay.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon.
Right.
But Sholmes' face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
objection!
Until we meet again, Runo.
Cinema was awesome. Oh, they're inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph since this day. But I'm no purveyor of electrical goods. What of the promised close court secrecy? Okay. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. Okay. Yeah, Kazuya Nuri, they cooked. The character design it was insane. So yeah, water journey, absolutely. He was. I give a little note to Hurley. Wait, you just said thank you for everything, Daddy. The other day, okay, just said it made Hurley cry. Oh, and I gave him some lotion that he invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. No. Everyone cooked, but everyone here, they did a wonderful, splendid job. It was a very, very, very good story. In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I haven't retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. The darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future.
Boss left a note for me, you know. I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a lot of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? Oh. That's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby, yeah? Are gonna keep doing for Londoners?
No.
Only wish I could said how grateful I was before I, you know.
Oh. Yeah. You do a good job, Gina. Trust. This is a full version of the main theme. This is kinda cool. Oh.
Gina, truth is, I'm no upstanding fellow you think I am. Might be a dive at heart, but it's a good heart.
You reminded me I need to be true to myself. But one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. Then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as they say. Oh no, oh, this is so bittersweet, man. Oh. With his smirk too. I don't want to see this guy again. At all. Although I want to see Soseki again. The Gregor they don't overrule the minister. Okay, what did he say? The minister has been detained in Britain anyway. Which is defensive. Oh, wait, whatever. Also, there's one guy with him. Oh, Hosonaga. He's still bruised, poor guy. Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. Yeah. Oh!
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole. I'd like to hold my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad.
Oh, this guy. Hairbrain.
Have I did Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around the whole now that everything has settled. But what have I done? I was so excited to pick this splendid hotel, now I can't afford a bill. Oh, Barrick, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes.
You'll be fine.
Oh, her. When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing wither spells would not do.
Ooh, okay, I see. Okay. Oh, Vigil.
Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerbys, you know. Hey, everyone calls me a Peppino. I sell out the spaghetti. It's more red than my head.
Everyone, they call me. No, no, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Deli, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together.
Okay. Look at him eating the spaghetti. Yum, yum, yum. Oh. I was accepted on the foreign study tour. I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If it ended up in the dark, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karoma in your care.
I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you after all. Your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney.
Ah, name drop. Okay. And she knows she did a name drop. Okay. Great ace attorney. Alright, bro. Oh. Aww. And the Daruma doll is filled in now. Look. No, that's adorable. I applaud to this amazing story. It was a very, very, very good, and I'm glad we completed it. Fantastic journey indeed. I mean, I'm sitting through the credits. I genuinely don't care. It's like I love watching credits actually. Like for example, like I went to the movies with my friends for my birthday and shit. And you know, we saw Chainsaw Man. I literally do not watch Chainsaw Man at all. I just was like, okay, I know this is gonna have banger animation, so we just watched it. And now I kind of want to start watching this shit. But yeah, and like again, like every time I go to movies, I stayed through the entire credit scene, and then there was a post-credit scene. And I don't know, I just like, and also there's like, you know, seeing all the names of the people that worked through it, like through the game, like did on the game and on the movie and shit. I feel like it's like, you pay respect to the team, you know what I'm saying? It's like you at the very least, as a consumer, you need to give respect, like if you enjoyed it, by like just staying for the credits. Even if you're not really reading because it's a long thing to read, like still just being there and like taking just staying there, like not quitting, not leaving the cinema room and shit. And yeah, and sometimes you get rewarded with a scene, but you know. Yeah. Look at him posing. Also, he was low-key a terrorist though. This guy is actually insane. And I really enjoy doing her voice because I could do the French accent. Like, because it's my accent, my natural one, you know? I don't know. It's just really fun. And she was a cool character as well. As well as the Gories. Van Zix as well. Although he talking as him, like always like murdered my throat, it's fine. It was worth it. Also, poor Beppo, like I hope he like recovers like financially. This guy's like, yeah, begging on the streets now. Poor guy. Oh, he stayed back. Oh, that's why he disappeared, to like tap dance, so he could to dance with his friend. Jigoku, fuck you. I don't want to see you again. Strongheart, you're fine though. Like you were a piece of shit, but like you were a cool piece of shit. Like Jigoku was like, I don't know. I don't know. They were both cool, but still. I don't know. I have my sword too. Ouch. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna. There we go. Actually, this stick is a bamboo stick. Or like, no, it's not a bamboo actually. It's like a banana, like branch thing. You know, and basically, this branch, like this banana thing, along with the other one that's over there, actually low-key saved my life because I was during a hike during a trip, and I've kept them ever since. Like they were helping me like walk, and I couldn't walk anymore. You know, without them I would be dead. I mean, most likely in hospital I would have survived maybe, but like I owe these sticks my life, so I'm keeping them as my trusty sword. You know what I'm saying? The great uncertainty to resolve. Fin. Cool image. There we go. It was a pleasure to do this playthrough. It is the longest playthrough in terms of episode on this channel yet. And yeah, yeah, I should be asleep right now. But yeah, thank you for watching, for following this journey with me. And yeah, I'll see you on my next playthrough or whatever bullshit I end up doing. And yeah. Yeah, thank you for watching. Like, subscribe, and all that stuff, you know, if you want to and stuff, you know. And yeah. Bye.